Evening. Don't worry, Max, you got here before me. That means you're not late. Or if you're a wizard, of course. Or a game dev. A game dev arrives precisely when he means to. I think my YouTube is lagging because it shows nobody on the stream, and yet I can see you right there. Alright, we'll ignore what YouTube is doing. As long as you can see and hear me, we're all good. Right, so what are we doing? Yes, so last Friday we were working on, I think it was getting the NPCs to find something specific in the galaxy. So going out there and looking for, say, tech signatures, or looking for an Earth-like world candidate, something along those lines, so that we can then pass that information on to the captain and basically get them to make the decision on what to do next. So I think we'll do more of that. Yeah, there's other things we do need to be getting on with. We need to do procedural stations / alien derelicts. That's something that's going to be coming up reasonably soon. I guess we need to get the shuttle working properly before we do that. We need to flesh out the planetary landings more, and we need to work on being able to generate and target ground-based locations for sending probes down and that sort of thing. So there's quite a few gameplay related things that we need to start building over the next month or so. But before that, let's just finish off what we were doing with the NPCs, and then we shall take that as it comes over the next few weeks. So let's get rid of my ugly mug a minute. Right then. I think the other thing that I would like to do, and I guess that's part of the process here, is start implementing an NPC captain. So, as we've said from the beginning, one of the things we wanted to achieve with this game is the ability for the player to focus on their role and then forget every other role on the ship. So, if you choose to play as an engineer, you don't need to care what's happening on the bridge. The NPC captain will do everything for you, and they'll manage the bridge crew in your stead. Now obviously for that to happen we need an NPC captain, so we could start implementing that tonight and see how we can roll that into the task management system, and build upon the task screens we made last week. So now that we have the ability to have a jobs board for every department and raise tasks across any department, and then we had our Greg Davies thing, which I actually took out because we're not using it now. Yeah, so we need an NPC captain to raise tasks for these. So that one was... can't remember which one was which now. So shipwide bridge, yeah, so it's the bridge one specifically that we need to start raising tasks for. And I think I might just make a copy of that and we'll move it into the bridge so we can see what we're doing. In fact, let's stick it over here somewhere. Just so we can see what's going on as it's going on. Yeah, then we'll need to flag this chair as being a captain chair specifically. Now we want to keep it flexible so that the captain can sit in either of those, kind of catering for lefties and righties. So if you're left-handed, you might want to sit in the other seat so that you have more comfortable access to the consoles. So there is no specifically designated captain's chair. Although whenever I play, I always use this one as the captain's chair. So that's the one I'll set up tonight. Yeah, so we need the ability for them to have a decision tree in terms of what it is they're going to do. So we need like a mission priority thing, so that their actions are based on both satisfying the mission criteria and anything else which might take over priority at the time, like the ship's running out of fuel, so you need to go refuel it, that sort of thing. It's true, she did. Yeah, so we just wanted to keep that flexible. Now eventually, the NPCs will be walking and talking and moving about, so they won't be assigned to a given chair. It'll be whatever chair they're sat in. But for now, we'll just treat this one as the temporary captain's chair. So I suppose just wondering where to put this actually. So we've got a bunch of test stuff in here which we don't necessarily need all of. Just wondering whether to make this part of our task system or treat it as a separate thing. Alright, if we use our bridge folder for this for now, depending on how deep this system gets, I might make it its own modular thing, but for now we'll build it into the task stuff until it's more fleshed out. So if we make ourselves a struct, and then we'll start having a think about we've got command priorities. Actually, before we do that, we do have our shipwide tasks, and I'm just wondering whether or not we actually use this. Let's make ourselves an enum and see if we can figure out some order of things here. So command orders, command actions, yeah, something like that. And then I was also, and still am, a Voyager enjoyer. It's very close to a voyeur enjoyer. It's important to distinguish between the two. It's funny, like Claire's always saying, look, watch what you say on stream. Anything you say can and will be used against you. It's true. Let's trying to think of the kind of things that the captain's going to be ordering, like in the command environment on the bridge. And if we build up a list of potential things the captain can be asking the bridge crew to do, then we can assign a priority against each of those actions. And that needs to be kind of fluid, so those priorities need to shift. So we need to do that in a struct, so we can have, I mean, we could use a map, I suppose, but I prefer using structs. So we'll put our enum for the actions or the orders, and then an integer for the priority, and then we can flip that integer as needed, depending on the needs of the ship again. So if we're running out of fuel, all of a sudden running out of fuel takes priority over exploring. So just the standing orders of the ship are to seek out worlds that offer potential for human colonization. So, like, the actual point of this mission is that we're going out there, we're looking for places for the human race to expand, new planets we can occupy, places where we can start building colonies and expanding the human race. That's kind of the point of this. So we're going out there, we're exploring, we're looking for that new frontier. That's the default thing that we should be doing. So I guess look for Earth-like candidates. That's priority 1. And then we'll have things like refuel ship, look for raw materials. Like, if the ship's running low on water, then we'll be looking for some icy asteroids that we can go and extract water from, things like that. And I guess that the look for raw materials, that's going to be nested, because we'll have obviously another list of different raw materials that we might need depending on the ship's stocks at the time. Yeah, so that sort of thing. Evasive maneuvers, raising shields. I think we'll probably nest those under different types of category. So we'll have our default actions, then we'll have our tactical actions. And I think we'll probably start sort of categorizing those in their own subcategories, so that we can have a nested chain of commands, so that we can really drill down to specifics. Wow, Kikosmi, how many times have you had to hear that to memorize it so exactly? Yeah, sending probes, that sort of thing as well. We'll do look for text signatures as well. So I guess this would be part of the science tree. So we'd have department-based actions, because refuel the ship would come under engineering. Yeah, so it's probably best actually we split it by department. So science is going to be specifically scanning for things. Yeah, then the deck crew is going to be specifically going places. Engineering is looking after the ship. Tactical is blowing stuff up. That's probably the best way of organising this. So for the purposes of our test, we've already started doing the code for text signatures, and we can start doing the Earth-like one. That one's going to be slightly more involved, although both of these require the same base action, which is doing a long-range survey, and we didn't get as far as that. So last Friday, I think we were working on this, and we got as far as the NPC targeting the next unexplored system in terms of distance from the ship. And from that point, we then needed to drill down and do the long-range scan. So we still need to do that part of it. But there's a bit of a missing link in all of this, which is we can have the logic for generating the tasks and making the NPCs do things, but we've got our task manager, which we need to start pushing things through. So where we've got this screen here with the tasks on it, we need to start making sure that the task gets raised on here before the NPC then actions that task. Because from both an NPC and player perspective, we need to be flagging up, at least on the player UI, that there is a science task, a science action that needs to be done. So I guess we won't have it on the UI itself. I did debate it for a while, putting it on this UI, but I think it's better off coming from the player HUD. So if you're in the science department and you happen to be assigned to the bridge, then temporarily you're in the bridge department. And at that point, if an order has been raised or an action is required of the sensor station, then that needs to come up on your HUD, just to make you aware that something is required of you. So if you like get up and walk off and go to the bathroom or something, then an action will be on your HUD and it's be saying like, you really need to be at your station because something is needed of you. And we want these things to be actionable in a multiplayer environment where you can be giving tasks and issuing orders in a way that is multilingual. So let's say that I'm English, I only speak English, I'm the captain of the ship, I'm issuing orders. Like my science guy could be German, who doesn't speak anything other than German, and the helms guy could be French, who only speaks French, yeah. So you've got 3 different languages, but if the tooling within the game allows you to issue orders by way of using menus, then when that order comes up for the other person, it will come up in their language on their UI. So you could have different players who don't speak each other's languages but can still work together on the bridge because the game is handling the translation in the background. Yeah, exactly, quick as me. Speaky the fronts. Yeah. So it's a nice way of handling language barriers through intelligent UI usage. So we need to make sure that interaction is there and working smoothly. And obviously the NPCs, you need to use that same system, because as long as the localization is done on the menu side and the task side, and as long as the person issuing the orders and picking the actions is picking from a list of valid things, then we can easily localize that into any language and make multilingual communication possible through menus, which could be quite cool. But we'll get to that point as we go. So I suppose the first thing we need to do is make this specifically a captain's chair, which means, I guess, means replacing it, because it needs to start doing logic. Because we're not actually using the chair for the science stuff, and we should be. So something I've mentioned a few times over the past few streams is we're doing too much stuff on the UI itself. So when we're issuing commands to the NPC that sat there, the command is actually being processed by the UI, not by the NPC. And the stand-in for active NPCs right now is the chair. So the chair becomes the NPC. But we're not having the chair send that command to the UI. We're just having the UI process it automatically, as if by magic. And we need to step away from doing that, because as much as that works as a quick botch, it's not something that's doable in the long term. So if we make this chair the captain's chair, similarly to how this chair is the helm chair, and although it is a child of the chair master class, we just do a couple of extra actions on here to make sure that helm controls are enabled for the player, so that this only happens on the helm chair. So what we need to do is duplicate this and start making separate stuff for a command chair. In fact, if we... Oh, I do have a command one already. Don't think I'm even using it. See, it's not doing anything unique. So if we do our parent begin play stuff on here, I don't think we have anything happening on tick, but we'll stick that in there anyway. So right now it's doing nothing different than the parent does, but we need to start, I suppose, if we do a looping function, because I do love looping functions. So do a timer by function name, and once per second should be sufficient. If we just call it command tick for now. What am I doing? Right. So once a second this will run. So we need to get NPC get NPC, yeah, and then get NPC department, and I think this is only going to say command. It's not going to have, yeah. So we don't have the distinction that this is specifically the captain's chair. So if we add a variable for that, and that will be true, given that this is the captain's chair. Did I make this that one specifically? No, I didn't. So we'll replace it with the command one. Why did the command one go up a bit? Get back down there. Right, so that's now specifically a command chair, and we want to make sure that is instance editable, so that we can set it in the game. Where's our default gone? Ah, there. Right, yeah, so, captain. So we'll call it captain's chair for now. Department is command. Yes, it can spawn an NPC. Although I think on this one, we will not spawn the NPC on game start, because what we don't want is for when you start a new game there to suddenly be a captain that suddenly starts doing stuff. We'll make that an optional thing, which means we also need, I guess, on the chair master. Yeah, well, they are generically command chairs anyway, but we want to flag that one specifically. Oh, funny you should mention that, Danger Mouse. I actually was thinking of doing something more like what you see on Voyager, where you have like a set built-in thing that has multiple chairs attached to it. So you'd have smaller seats either side, so there's actually 4 seats available. Yeah, exactly for that. So when there's an admiral visiting the ship, the admiral will be sat there. Yes, Leahy, you can dismiss any NPCs already. You just need to go up to the chair and click dismiss, and they'll go away. Yeah, I guess it's the same as the Voyager's bridge. Hang on. Yeah, so you've got the 2 chairs for the command chairs, but then you've got little extra seats either side. I'm assuming they're seats anyway. I remember them being seats. So something like this, where it's all one physical unit with multiple chairs. And then there is no specific captain's chair, it's whichever one they want to sit in. Yeah, I also I set these seats here for like visitors to the bridge as well, so they can sit down on these benches and kind of be out of the way, so they're not like getting in the way of bridge actions. But so something we do on begin play at the moment is, if I can find it. Yeah, so if we can spawn an NPC in this particular chair, then we do automatically. So I'm going to add an extra variable to this, which I shall put underneath, which should spawn an NPC. So if it can, by default it will, unless we tell it not to. So just need to make sure we sort that out. NPC default active. Lies, that's not for notify. Doesn't need to be replicated at all. To be honest, that doesn't need to be replicated either, but I won't touch it for now. So I'm going to set that on by default. So by default, if it can spawn an NPC and it's set to, then it will. Which means that we then have the option of telling it not to specifically. I probably didn't make that instance editable, did I? Hold on. No. I did not. Yeah, so we'll make sure that the captain's chair specifically will not spawn an NPC by default, so that they don't suddenly just start doing stuff. Right, which takes us back to here. So if we've got an active NPC, so first of all we will branch on that. So if there's no active NPC, i.e. the player is sat in the chair, then it won't do anything. It will just ignore the whole thing. Don't need to check that anymore. Oh, I suppose we also need this, so let's make sure that so if it's an active NPC and it's actually the captain, then we want to do commandy stuff. In the future we'll have it so that if the captain wanders off the bridge but the XO is still sat there, they will take over. And they'll continue the command operations whilst the captain's not there. But we'll stick with the basics for now. Yeah. So this is where we need to start working out our command structure and what our task priority would be. So I suppose we need to have a look at, as we move forward, as we flesh out things like fuel tank status, and this will be easier once we start building the engineering screen and the engineering alcove, and then we can see things like fuel levels and stuff. Actually, I might do a bit of that tonight, because we have a bug at the moment where on a new game the chillers keep turning off, and I think this is something to do with me refining the startup process and kind of gating the startup of the ship. Something's happened which keeps turning off the chillers, and of course then the reactor turns off and you can't go anywhere, so I'm trying to smooth that out. But it'd be really helpful if we could see the condition of the reactor on the bridge on that UI, so we can potentially do that as well, just so that we've got some eyes on what's going on without having to go down to engineering. But yeah, so we need that data to know whether or not we're running out of fuel, in which case we need to go and look for a gas giant. Yeah. So if we do a priority check first, which means we need to go through our various states. So we need to look at we need to look at the engineering side, need to look at the tactical side. For now, I think if we just make a couple of variables, so tactical action, engineering action. So we'll start off with tactical being the most important thing, followed by engineering. So it's like, is the ship in danger? No. Okay. Do we have any engineering concerns? No. Okay. Right, then let's start looking at what our default mission profile is. So if we set both of those to false by default, so this is going to be really quick and dirty just to test this. So if tactical action is true, we do a tactical thing. If engineering is true, we do an engineering thing. And then I guess science action would be our last port of call. So if we default this one to true, so that's always true for the time being. Okay, so we will start building up profiles for the captain, so that they roll the dice a little bit on their decision making. So we'll weight those dice rolls depending on their personality. Like if they are a very cautious captain, then the dice rolls for should we engage will be weighted towards not engaging. Not an automatic not engage, but we'll simply weight the dice roll in that direction. Whereas the opposite of that, if they're a more aggressive personality, the dice rolls will be weighted towards actually attacking something and acting more offensively. So there's going to be some nuance in this, where the decision making process isn't going to be a simple black and white, like, you know, is it this, is it this, is it this, right, do that. There are going to be dice rolls involved, and it's going to be a lot more organic. But for the purposes of testing, we will just do this. Right, so if we just stick with our basic science action, which would be to seek out those Earth-like worlds. Yeah, and then I guess if we find something that has a text signature whilst doing this, that's when we need to abort this and start dealing with the fact we found a text signature, so that the process branches. Because if I guess we need to think about it, you know, what would a human do? So if the human captain says, okay, let's do our default mission, let's look for Earth-like worlds. Now in that process, if you then find a text signature in a system, you're going to be like, well, hang on a minute, we found something of interest here, let's go look at that. Regardless of whether or not it fits what we're looking for, we found something even more interesting, so let's change our mission spec. So we need to cater for that as well. But these need to be raised as tasks to the task manager. So I suppose on that note, we also need to get a reference to that. So let's stick in a bit of a sequence. So we want to get all actors of class. And again, this is only happening on begin play, so we'll only do it once. So our task manager, which is our global task manager. And we won't be doing this until all levels are loaded. And I'll just check that on here actually, because yeah, so we shouldn't be doing any of this. Yeah, we will gate all of this behind our state check. So this is again part of our loading screen. So if we listen for gameplay messages, and this is just a string payload, just a meaningless payload just to allow us to send a message. So on the startup, these are the various gated steps that we go through when starting the game. So we need to make sure that various aspects of the game are working before we proceed to the next. So in this instance, we want to check that all the levels have been loaded, and we don't want the chairs doing any of their setup actions until all the game's streaming levels are there. Because if we're looking for things like our task manager, we don't want to start looking for it until we know it's definitely going to be there. And then we'll just set that as a variable. We don't need to cast to it or anything. So that's our task manager. And all the communication will be using Blueprint interfaces, avoiding nasty inheritance chains and reference chains. Reference chains are bad. So, armed as we are with our task manager, so what we can do now is we can raise tasks. What did I call the function? Oh, it's create task. Yeah, so we can create a task for any of our departments. So in this instance, we want a bridge task. And then we construct our task data, which at the moment consists of nothing. So there's two layers to this. We've got the first layer, which is the overall ship orders, and this is the whole ship-wide orders side of things. And then the other aspect of that is its tasks which need to be given to individuals one thing at a time. So when it comes to seek out those Earth-like worlds, we need to give the sensors person a task to scan the next unexplored system, and then if something is found, then obviously that also needs to go to the helm guy to do his bit. Or if we're exploring a full star system, then that task is bouncing back and forth between the helm and the science guy in order to complete that action. But all of that is separate from the overall mission, which is to do what the captain has said to do. So I guess there's two things we need to do here. We also need our ship-wide objectives tracker, and these things need to work in concert with one another. And this is where it gets a little bit messy and confusing, because there's a lot of moving parts to this, and they all have to kind of sync up and communicate smoothly. So it's just about finding the best way of doing that in the least flaky way possible. So we know that we want to drive our ship-wide orders through the captain. So the captain is the individual making those ship-wide orders. Now there might be multiple ship-wide orders at any given time, because we could have something coming through from Earth via the Admiralty. So the Admiralty on Earth might say, we want you to go investigate this grid reference. But there could be other things going on that outweigh that at the time, like the ship might be under attack, again it might be low on fuel, and those things take precedence over exploring some grid reference. So we should have multiple ship-wide orders which are either paused or active or pending. So we need to track that. And then, depending on which one of those things is active, we then need tasks being generated by the task manager, which is making sure that the individual crew members are doing their part in order to meet the objective that the overall ship has to succeed in. So I think we will use the task manager for that, and that's basically where, from a lore perspective, that's basically the ship's computer. So the ship's computer is tracking all these objectives. It knows what the captain has ordered, it knows what's expected of the crew, and it's raising these tasks to make sure that the crew does what they're supposed to be doing. It's the main organizational tool. So, before we raise our bridge task, I guess the first thing we need to do is raise a shipwide order. Oh, my GPU's flaking out again. I thought it was my my index plugged in that was causing the GPU to keep. I think the GPU's hanging for a second because like all the screens go black for like 2 or 3 seconds and it will come back on again. And I thought it was an HDMI thing, but I don't know. We'll see whether it does it again. Yes, we need to raise our shipwide order. I've got a 4090. Yeah, I don't want to be replacing a 4090 anytime soon. Yeah, I've got the index unplugged at the moment because I thought that was causing it. I shall have to have a fiddle. I mean, the case is open. I'm one of those people that never has a closed case. I shall have a look. So before we go creating a shipwide order, I guess we need to make sure that there isn't already that order floating about in the system. So I suppose from that regard, we need a code for each order so that we can check to see whether or not any of the raised orders match that code. So like seek out Earth-like worlds could be like EX1, so Explore 1. That's the code for that action. So if there's an EX1 order in the queue, then don't raise another EX1 order because there's already one there pending. So we need... What do we need? Yeah, I suppose... See, I was debating last week whether or not to have ship-wide orders handled separately from all the other tasks aboard the ship, so that we have a separate task manager for the ship-wide stuff, but I don't think we're going to need it. I think we can still do that under the same hood, and just have this checking across the board, and it'll be easier for this to check what it's doing if it has immediate access to this array of things. So I suppose on that note, if we go to our shipwide, so we've got our struct there that we need to develop. Didn't we already have that actually, the shipwide one? Or did we do that in a different folder? Yeah, we did. So I'm sure we did that. Yeah, so we started building that out, which means we had our basic list of orders. So this is the thing that we would need to expand upon, and all of these are going to need their own code associated with them. Just wondering whether or not we well, I suppose we need the enum to describe what those things are. So yeah, let's start moving some of this stuff into the relevant folders. so if we do order code, and we'll make that a string, and then we'll just have our order, which is our enum, and I suppose for this one we don't need to do randomized integers for a task ID, because each order will have an actual string as its order code. Which would suggest if we're raising things from Earth, then we can only have one at a time. So I guess we need to make sure we build in the ability to have multiple pending orders from Earth, because if you're just ignoring it and more are being raised, you want to have them in the queue to be addressed. So I guess we'd need to append a digit to that, maybe. Yeah, that's actually we do order instance, make that a, no, not a 64-bit one, just make that a basic integer, so that we can actually track multiple instances of this particular order. So things like refueling the ship, that's only going to be, there's only ever going to be one of those. It's just a task that needs to be completed. Whereas if the Admiralty is raising multiple tasks for the captain, then we need multiple instances of that same order. So we'll track that separately. Yeah, then we need the basic enum for the order that we can switch on, and I guess we also need a state. We can probably use that for the shipwide of all tasks across all departments, actually. So we just do a generic task state, then stick that in here just as a generic enum. So we've got pending, active, complete, although I suppose, thinking on it, these are similar but different for the shipwide tasks. So if this was specifically for the crew, we'd have more like unassigned, assigned, and completed, because that's more crew specific. Let's keep our naming convention the same. So those are our task states for the crew tasks, but then we'd also need a slightly different version of that for here. So we'd have ship-wide order states. And these would be pending, active, rejected, and complete. So So we'll have the option to reject, and I suppose also failed. Ah, yeah, illusion, thank you. Yeah, failed as well. Yeah, so pending, active, rejected, failed, and complete. So I think that pretty much covers the basics for the shipwide orders. And then we can use that to order our list and such when we generate it. So when it comes to not that one, not that one. See if I can keep my tabs clean for once. So we need to get our task manager, and then we need to I suppose get shipwide orders. So there's two ways we could do this really. Either we can track what the current active order is, or we can go through and then see which one's active. We don't really want to be doing this over and over. Because what we're checking here, we want to see whether or not the thing we want to do is already the active order. So we don't want to like keep re-raising the same order if it's already the active one. I guess we're probably better off doing that on the task manager itself, so it can assign the active order. And again, that's only really pertinent for the shipwide stuff, which is one of the reasons I was contemplating making the shipwide one a separate thing. Where did I put it? You. Where did I hide you? Oh, it was in that folder, I just wasn't seeing it. Yeah, so we raise tasks in each of our arrays. So on begin play, this task manager needs to be doing a whole bunch of logic. So it needs to be checking through all the task lists, looking for objective tracking and anything else that might be required. So I think we're going to need a bunch of looping timers, and this is probably one of the prime candidate blueprints for converting to C++, because if we start doing a lot of timers on here, then we want to be moving this to C++, because it'll be a lot more performant doing this via tick. So this is going to be manage shipwide orders. And we'll do that at 1 Hertz because it doesn't need to be doing it any more than that. So once per second it will go through and sort out all the tasks and such. So we'll get our shipwide orders. I guess we'll have a bunch of stuff going on in here. So if we do set our active task, just wondering though, saying that, it might be worth sanitizing this and splitting it out into some local arrays. What's task shipwide? So if we do active orders, so that's shipwide. Pending orders. Etc. etc. Failed. That was it, wasn't it? Okay, and if we make each of these an array, actually no, that one can stay singular because there should only ever be one active order, and then the rest of them can be arrays. So when it comes to completed orders, we won't keep them forever because that's just going to bloat something crazy. Maybe we'll have, like, if it's something that's been raised from Earth, maybe we'll keep those by default. Or if it's basic day-to-day ship stuff, like do the refueling and do this and that and just scan a system, we won't bother keeping those. Whereas if it's something more specific than that, something more unique, then we'll keep it in the queue and leave it to the player to clear that off at their leisure, so that if you want to keep a record of completed things, you can do. And we'd probably use that as well for tracking, like some kind of score at the end when you go back to Earth and say, right, I've finished my mission of exploration, I've come back to refit, recrew, backfill crew members. You need to be assigned some kind of score for how much exploring you've done, how far you went, how many new species you made successful first contact with, just some kind of assessment of how well that mission went. So like how many successful orders you completed can go into that before you head out again and try and do better next time. Right, so if we for each this, what I can do is, using our task state, we can split this up into separate arrays. So when it comes to doing things like objective tracking, we only actually need to be tracking the active one for a start. And if we need to do any other actions, like with the pending ones, then we don't need to be looping through large arrays containing lots of completed things which are irrelevant. We can be looping through a much smaller array just by doing this split to begin with, just to kind of reduce the load a little bit. Let's rename that a minute, because that would be order state, and that would be shipwide order states. Just occurs to me. Oh no, that is right. I was going to say I had a struct for this already, but that's the one we're doing, so no, all good. Right, so if we switch on that. So we've got add to that one, rejected, failed, completed, and then the active one will just be singular, so we can just set that as is. And then these can all be add. So that's the rejected one. Failed one, and a completed one, and then tidy it up a bit. So that's basically all of our shipwide orders now broken down into separate arrays, apart from our active order. So once we've done that, then from this point we would start looking for objective tracking. So we would need, so for our active order, so this is the one we're working on right now, we need to be ticking to see whether or not this has been completed. So I guess some of them are going to be ongoing. Like there is no completion state as such for sort of seeking out an Earth-like world specifically, because it's like an ongoing task. Now, if you come across one, I guess we need to flag back to the order manager that that's been done, that it has been found. But we need to be raising that to the attention of the captain. So I suppose we can't, for that specific one, there's nothing we can track on here to see whether or not we have completed the objective. Some of these things are going to require objective tracking, but that one specifically won't. So I think what we'll do is we'll just leave that as our active order and then see how we go. I also need to remind myself, or at least remember, whether or not these automatically get nulled every time that this runs, because these are local variables, and I think they always get nulled every time the function runs, so they don't keep their state between function calls. So I shouldn't need to clear them before running this loop, but if we end up with like a bazillion tasks, then that's what needs to happen. So, with all of that, get active. We're going to need a. Of course, we're doing all of this with blueprint interfaces. We're not casting to any of it, so we need to make sure that we have that in our interface, because we've got all these different categories from all the tasks. So under shipwide, we're going to have to do some new ones there. I think all of these. So really it's going to be that one. See, we're using this right now for the test exploring of a star system. So I don't want to mess with that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a new one and just call it set active orders. Set active shipwide orders so we don't get confused in the future. Let's stick that under shipwide. So shipwide tasks. Actually no, so yeah, so there's a process we're going through here. So we can send through an order code in order to make our order active. So if we send through that, and if we just go to our task manager a minute, I have to split these up into different categories as well so that they're not getting all mixed up. So we're creating a shipwide order, and then we also need to set our active order. So when doing this, we would have to get our same array, loop the entire array, and then we'd have to go, well, I think the first thing we would do, yes, we'd have to go through. Yeah, I'm just realizing that the active order variable is of course a local variable within this function, which we can't have because that needs to sit outside of this function so we can access it from elsewhere. So we just compile that a minute, and then we need to make that a proper variable. So active ship wide order, which is not an array, and it is of type ship wide tasks. Right, so we're actually setting that one. Right, so before we do the loop, we can take our active order and set members. We want to do order state, so we're going to set that to pending, so that we're just making sure that we don't have any active order right now, which means we don't actually need, oh yes, we do need to go for the whole loop. And then we go through the loop, And we've got our order code here, so if that equals exactly that, I guess that needs to be 4 each with break. Tidy that up a bit. Alright, so if they match, then we want to set members. Set members in that. Again, order state active, and then break, so that we're not looping through needlessly. So basically all we're doing is we're clearing our current active order, and then we're seeking an order with a matching code. And if we have a matching order code, then we set that one as our active order. So we're just basically sending through the order code. Now what we'll do is, before we go ahead and do this, we will check to see whether that order code is already in the list, and we'll do that from, well, I suppose we could do that as part of the manager, because we don't want to be moving too much of this workload to the NPC or to a UI or anything else, and we want to make sure we offload all of that to the manager itself. So all we need for the ship from the captain's perspective is, be it the player or the NPC, they raise the order that they want, and then it's up to the manager to work out whether that's already in the queue or not. Because if it is, they just need to go through and do this, and if it's not, then they need to raise it. But we need to also have the ability for the captain to see the pending shipwide orders, and have the ability to say, right, we'll go back to that one, and set that one as active. So that's what this would be for. So if we're manually setting one as active, we'll send this through and do that. Hey Donga, good to see you. You managed to get in before the end of the stream. So going back to this, I was going to do a check to see what the active order currently is, so we know whether or not to issue that order again. And I suppose we will do that, because otherwise we're just creating an unnecessary overhead. So no, we will do that. We will do that. So that means we need a get active order. Let's keep it specific. And this one needs an output. So active order, that's going to be shipwide. That one. Right, so this will be its own little function. And quite simply, we simply grab that plug it into there, and that is all that's needed, because we're just passing along that information. So this would be a case of get shipwide. So get active order. Yeah, so the captain, at least the NPC, will know what the current order is. So we'll break that. And then we'll have our order code, which we'll work from. So this is where we need to do the priority checking. And we could if we were letting the system dish out the orders at will, then I guess what we would do is we'd put an order priority within the struct here so that we can track that. But I think it's probably better to handle that on the captain, be that captain an NPC or player. We would have that managed there, not here. So all the orders manager needs to know is what are the current pending orders, and out of those, which one's active, because it's the captain making that decision. What are the active orders right now? So that means that the overhead for deciding which to prioritize needs to happen here before we set one as active. So yeah, so this is where that needs to go. So I suppose before we do that, we need to do that priority. Although saying that, actually, yeah, because there's a lot that goes into this now. Could do, yeah, we could give them a base priority, but I think we'll do that outside of the orders manager, because I don't want the orders manager having a hand in making decisions on who's doing what, and even down to the individual department tasks, because we want the the department head to be making that decision. So if something breaks, we want the department head to be like, right, that's priority over this. So the department head themselves are having to do their job in managing their department, so that we're not having the back end system making that decision for them. We want to actively get the department heads involved. So if you as the player decide to be the department head for engineering, i.e. you're the chief engineer, then part of your job is going to be making sure that tasks are being managed in an appropriate order. Otherwise, by default, we'll just have the NPCs cherry picking from the list. So they'll just be picking tasks at random rather than specifically doing the priority tasks. It just gives players something extra to do, some extra responsibility for having that role in the game, and it gives players the ability to make a difference by intelligently prioritizing tasks, so that they know that if they weren't there doing that, it wouldn't be going as efficiently. So they're having a positive effect on that team, on that department. Yeah, I guess that's the whole point, isn't it? You need to feel good about yourself, that the things you are doing are having a positive effect. Right, so if we just do a bunch of prioritization here. I'll spell it the American way for just because. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll ignore that for now. And we'll go straight ahead with creating. Because there's a few more pieces of the puzzle that need to happen here. So we need to have, like I said, we need to have engineering reports. So we need to know what else is going on the ship before we can actually make a decision on what the priority is. So we'll just use the default priority just for testing this, and then we'll have a look at actually looking at the fuel tanks and actually seeing is the condition of the ship such that takes priority over exploring, and then we'll just start expanding that and expanding it over time. So the order code, I guess, let's call it exp1, so explore 1. So explore condition 1, that would be seek out Earth-like worlds. I guess we'll build up a table of what these codes mean, but we'll use them internally to identify what's what. So the order would be seek out habitable terrestrials. And we'll want to raise it as active, because we're literally saying, right, this is what we're doing right now. So that will get us as far as raising the order. So on our task manager here, and obviously that's not happening unless there's an NPC in the chair. Can do, but they're all just strings, so it doesn't matter too much. I don't know whether they'll all be 3-letter designations either. I mean, I could do that. That gives us at least up to 99 different orders we can do. Yeah, I suppose for tactical you could have TAC. For engineering you could have ENG. Yeah, maybe DCK for deck. Yeah, I suppose we could get 3 letters for all of them. What else have we got? MED for medical. Yeah, STW for stewards. Yeah, I think we can fit a 3-letter code in for all of them. Okay, so that will have basically done this. So that at least gets us an order on there. So yeah, so what we need to do here is, this is where we need to do some checks. So we need to do the first thing we need to do is we need to see whether or not this is in the are we doing the whole thing, I suppose? come back to that. So essentially, if the code that if the order that we're raising already exists, then we don't want to raise it again. So if it already exists, then what we need to do is, and I guess we're already on it, so we'll set members. Actually, no, we can't do that directly, can we? So we then need to get a reference to that index. We then have to set members on that specific index. Hang on, I'm just trying to think of the least impactful way of doing this. Ah, thank you, binary. I'm trying to work out what the last three are. Yeah, I can't imagine what the last three are at all, actually. So when we're trying to raise orders here, we want to minimize the amount of looping we're doing here. So we want to keep it. Ah, I see. That makes sense now. Good jobs. Yeah, so from the player or NPC perspective, as far as we care about, we're just raising an order. So we're saying, right, we want the ship to be doing this. That's our order. We don't care about what the order manager's doing. We're just raising an order. So it's the order manager that needs to sort that out on its side. Now, I suppose, just from a pure logic perspective, to maybe cut down the spam a little bit, I guess we can check to see whether or not the current order is what we're asking for, because that will just that will mitigate having to do any crazy loopage, because we don't want constant messages flying back and forth. If we can just stop it at this point, that's just kind of less code bloat. So if that is equal to exp1, then we will do nothing. If it's not, and that would happen before that, then we'll raise it. Yeah, so as much as we don't care what the task manager is doing, we can at least avoid a little bit of repetition by just making sure that the active order is not what we're trying to do. Yeah, then if it isn't, then we'll raise it. So we're still not looping anything. We don't care about what other things there are. We're saying if the active one is not the one we want, then make it that. And then it's up to this thing to sort it out. So at this point, then we can do the loop. Otherwise we'll be doing it once per second, which is a bit bloaty. So yeah, so I guess the first thing we're doing is we're seeing, does it exist? Yeah, so I guess we won't do the... Yeah, I'll make this a function actually, because I'm going to have to... I need some local variables for this. So if we collapse this to a function, and we shall call it... what should we call it? Check and set new shipwide orders. Right, so if that matches, then we will promote that to a local variable, and we shall call it matching orders, matching order index. Okay, and then we want a local boolean for matching orders, and then we'll set that as true. Make sure that's defaulted to false, and then break that. Right, so basically all we're doing is we're looking through our existing shipwide orders. If any of them match the code that we're trying to raise, then we're basically saying, okay, so we've got a matching index, and we're flagging the fact that that's true, so that we can decide whether or not we're adding. So if it's false, then we're simply going to add that there, nice and simply. We've already set it as active. Actually, so I suppose the other thing we need to do whilst we're going through this is set all of these to pending. Which I shall make a macro for. Set shipwide orders pending a bit long-winded, but oh, actually no, I don't need to do that, do it, because we already know what the active one is. Right, now in this instance there's only ever one active one, isn't there? So that's fine. Yeah, so we'll set whatever the active one is, we'll set it pending. So we won't be doing this unless we've already checked that it isn't already the pending one. So I guess, yeah, I guess this is going to happen either way. So we can stick that straight in there and then do this check afterwards. Right, and then we'll do this. Okay, so whatever the pending one was, we'll set that, sorry, whatever the active one was before, we'll move that to pending, and then we will set a new order that is active. Otherwise, we need to then set this matching one, because we've discovered that there is actually a matching orders in there that's not set to active. So we'll get our matching order index. So we'll do that here. Tidy it up. So we'll get that, we'll set the order state to active, and then get our shipwide orders. This always confuses me with this. So we're getting a reference, a hard reference to that index, and then we're setting members. Now normally, like with this, you kind of have to reset the variable, but not every time, and I can never work out when it's needed and when it isn't. Like, do I now set that with itself? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. No, I'll leave it like that, and hopefully that will work. If not, I'll have to set it from this, because that's, yeah, because that's just the struct itself. So yeah, that should work. Right, so logic-wise, when the new order comes in, we are checking to see whether that order exists. If it does, we're grabbing a reference to the index in the array. We're setting that we have matching orders. We then clear whatever active orders we might have had. We decide whether or not we had matching orders, which we did, so we then update that particular index in the array. Otherwise, we add the one that we're inputting. So that should be enough to get one and only one of that order being raised. Now, bearing in mind that the NPC is trying to do this once per second when it goes through its logic chain. So it'll be trying to do this once per second up until the point where it's raised, in which case seeing that as active should stop it. So that should return true, which means that will then stop trying to raise new tasks. So we should never have more than one task on the list. So I suppose the next point is just to make sure that we update the UI on the shipwide orders to support this. Yes, Anassi, I've been trying to get a dev build out for the past 2 days actually. Yeah, on Wednesday's stream I actually did a build, and it's currently live on the internal branch, but we're having some issues with the FTL and the autopilot specifically. So I fixed a bug whereby as you're approaching a star system, it drops the throttle down to like 79% in the final half light year before you arrive at the system, and then as soon as you arrive at the system it bumps it back up to 100 again. There was something weird going on there, so I've sorted the math out for that. But now we've got another issue where I think there's something with the dot product when it's trying to work out whether or not you're facing your target. The more offset from your target you are, the more it applies a multiplier on the throttle. So you're changing the speed of the ship based on how close to how on the nose you are to your target. So the idea is if you are completely 90 degrees off of your target, then the throttle should be 0. So from the autopilot's perspective, the less on target they are, the more they'll slow the ship down in order to give them time to turn, so that they can slowly speed up as they're facing their target, which should work fine. Again, there's a few issues with that. In fact, here it actually is. So when we're doing our autopilot, we're doing this basically. Yeah, so that one's all right, but we're doing the same thing here for our galactic target, because there's two different scenarios. There's outside of a star system where you're dealing with galactic coordinates, and then there's inside of a star system where you're dealing with local coordinates. The galactic coordinates are in light years, the local coordinates are in centimeters, because it's Unreal units. So you've got these two different modes to the autopilot that have to be handled separately. So when we're outside of a star system, we're finding our forward vector from our current location to where we're going. So that's okay. So in terms of our vector, which way are we facing, or which way should we be facing in order to get to that location? We then get our actual facing direction, again our forward vector, and we do a dot product on those two directions to work out how far away from pointing at it are we. And then what we do is we take our ship throttle and we simply go from, if we are at 95% facing, we set our throttle to 1, that's all the way. If we're at 90 degrees, then we set it to 0. So it's really simple. The math is quite straightforward. But something about this isn't quite working properly, because it only seems to work for certain directions. Like if the star system is like on the same plane as you, it seems to be working. If the star system is above you on the galactic plane, it seems to be like the math is going wrong somewhere. So I just need to work out what the math is doing and see where we're going wrong with that. It is strange because the in-system version is working fine. It's the same process. We're just getting the actor transform rather than using a variable, but it's doing the same math and it works. So I don't know what's different about this. There's going to be some weird quirk with it, but yeah, I can't put out a dev build until I fixed this, because it's basically making it impossible to get to certain star systems depending on where they are relative to the ship. So yeah, as soon as this is fixed and working, I shall be putting a dev build out. But that's why you haven't seen one for the past 2 days. Anywho, right, let's just give this a quick test a minute and see whether or not we are actually raising tasks. So we should be at the point where this is flagged. I'll give it, actually no, I won't spawn an NPC yet. I'll wait for it to do that. And then this screen should be set to shipwide. Shipwide, there we go. So shipwide orders. Not that this matters now actually, because we're no longer doing that with cables. So you can see these guys here are busily going about their business, and they should be raising tasks, although they're not showing on there. They're obviously doing it though. So nothing on there. So if we summon the NPC, what we're looking for is a task appearing on this board. And I shall do some debug spam to see what's going on there. But then at the same time, these guys should also be raising tasks. They were raising tasks when we last left it. Easy for me to say. Yeah, none of that's relevant. Yeah, set to stewards, so okay. Well, to be honest, we could bring Greg back for testing. That's why we put Greg in the first place. Why on earth did it do that? Why? Did I just literally drag in a texture? I did. No, we don't want to paper the ship with Greg's. That's what I wanted. Just make sure that those tasks are actually being raised. Right, yeah, so the task boards are not showing tasks. Don't you just love it when you make something and it works fine, and then like a few days later it just doesn't work at all? So all we were doing is we were getting a reference to our task manager, like that. And then once per second, we were just randomly raising tasks. And let's just make sure that we're actually seeing that spam. Oh yeah, so bridge, medical, another medical, shipwide, medical, bridge, command, engineering. Yeah, so he's definitely going through and trying to raise tasks. All right, okay. So all we're doing is literally sending the blueprint interface across for create task. Okay, which is all of these. Okay. Now this isn't pushing this data anywhere. All this is doing is just registering that tasks exist. So we're relying on the UI screens to fetch that data. So what these guys should be doing, based on the department we set, so this one's set to deck, for example, we should be, oh, hang on, step back a bit. Yeah, so we do our power cable shenanigans, and then we check our task manager, which is that. Okay, so we check for our orders, we set that, and we send that to the widget. So update shipwide UI. So each of these should have their own one. I don't know, Benedict. I'll have to have a look. I think it's just, I've obviously got the math wrong somewhere. That's usually what it is. Vector math. It's always confusing. Okay, so all of these, to my mind, seem to be working. So let's... Actually, well, yeah, let's just check that this is actually, no, let's go back a bit further than that. If we go to actually, let's go back further again. So when we're doing this, let's just do a bit of debug spam here a minute. Just to make sure that the NPC is actually trying to raise this. I think there's probably something up with the screens, but let's just do... Let's make it slightly more intelligent. We'll take our order code and see whether or not it's raising the XP01. So we shouldn't see that until I bring the NPC into the chair, in which case we should see EXP01. Ah, there we go. So, right. So the NPC captain did their job. They've raised the order to explore, and that order is seen by the orders manager because it's come through to this point. So we've got this far. So if we rather than messing all that up, I'll just do a couple of different ones here. So, so we're doing adding adding exp01, and this one would be updating exp01, because either either it exists or it doesn't. So we're either adding it or updating it. And then I suppose what we could also do after this is we could get the length of that array, and that should have that should be showing a length of 1. At the moment, it's just supposed to be showing a list of tasks, regardless of their state, and it's not showing any. So, oh, that's interesting. So we added it. Interesting. So what should have happened there is we should have added it, updated it, or we shouldn't have updated it. It should have added it. It should have been 1 pending, and then it shouldn't have added any more. So it should never have been able to add 2, and now we're continuously adding more to the list. Oh, it might actually be Greg doing this. Hang on, let's just see whether Greg does a shipwide one. Ah, it is. It's Greg's fault. That's alright. That's not the NPC. It's Greg doing it, that. Damn it, Greg. Yeah, he'll stay there now. Haha. Right, which means that tasks are being raised, but oh, I guess, yeah, so I guess the reason it's stopping at 2 and not going any further than 2 is because we're trying to match the order code. Now that string is going to be empty, so when Greg was raising one, he was raising it as an empty string because we haven't got as far as telling that to raise it with a code. So we get one matching exp01 and then another one raised with an empty string. So you've got 2 tasks, and then what we're doing from that point is we're just updating one with the empty string. That's fine, that all makes perfect sense. Now wrong with that. So that means that the task board, so if we go for our shipwide, yeah, this one. So we'll make sure that we're getting, actually we'll do it in the rep notify. Oops, if we get our length from that array, we should get the one raised by the captain plus the additional one with an empty string that Greg's raising. So we should be showing 2. So I will set this to a duration of 1, make it a different color. Right, so it should start flashing 1 and then, well, 1 initially with Greg raising stuff, and then when I spawn the NPC it should go up to 2. So just wait for that first one. He's skipping it every single time. Come on, do a shipwide one. Oh, everyone but. Oh, there's one. Right, so that would suggest then that the screens are not actually starting the looping event at all. Okay, why not? Is it because we have changed our startup? Ah, that's exactly what it is. So this is the old way of checking to see whether the levels are loaded, which is using this plugin, this event handler plugin, which has been kind of a trusty global event plugin I've used for ages. But we're not using this anymore. We are replacing it with a built-in method, which is listen for gameplay messages, where we can select our channel, which is levels loaded, and then we just send our dummy string payload. Right, so what was happening is this was never firing because that event was never being found, because we're no longer sending that specific event. So that should fix that. Just make sure remove the debug spam. Right, fairly confident those screens should start updating now. There we go. Right, so we now have tasks being raised. Perfect. And then we raise some of the NPC. We should have one there. Right, there we go. So the NPC just raised that one. So if we get rid of Greg again, just so that we can be doubly sure. See you, Greg. Right, so these should say blank, stay blank. This one is the steward's bar task, so I'm just going to linger a minute and make sure that gets cleared when they deliver the drink. Yep, it's gone. Right, so that's working still. And if we check there's nothing there, we summon our captain, and there we go. Now we've got our shipwide order. So in addition to the shipwide tasks that are happening here, we also need bridge department tasks, which are driven by the shipwide orders. So yeah, so this is where we need to do the relationship between those two systems. Let's get rid of some of these tabs a minute so we know that they're working. We'll go onto our task board and make sure we update the UI to be able to actually say what those things are properly. I don't know, I prefer Greg and Alex. I'd love to see Greg and Alex actually in a sort of captain / exo role. That would be quite funny. Can you imagine Greg Davies as a Starship captain? That'd be a really funny scenario. Need to get my head around this now. So right, so we've sorted raising the orders, and it's not raising duplicates, so that's fine. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is, given those active orders, we need to then start raising tasks for the relevant bridge station or non-bridge station, given the nature of the task. So, like if it's refueling the ship, then we'll be doing lots of engineering tasks. But for now, it needs to be bridge and sensors specifically. So I'm just kind of thinking through how we want this to be tracked. So the task needs to be there. And we spoke about last time about how we need the really granular version of this for NPCs, where we're telling them step by step what they need to press. But at the same time, for players, we need a much more higher level version of this, where as a player, it's going to be a case of, right, scan for a particular thing that you're looking for, and then alert the captain when you think you found it. So I suppose we need some way of sending a target to the captain, or some way of some kind of interface with the captain where you're saying to them, look at this target, and then they need to basically decide, is this a valid target for our objective? Because if you send them a gas giant or something and say, look at this target, they'll go, well, that's nice and all, but that's not what I asked you to look for. Keep looking. Whereas if you send them an Earth-like world, or at least a terrestrial planet in the habitable zone, which is specifically what we're looking for, then they'll acknowledge that and say, right, helm, take us there. We'll go look in more detail. And also we need that, if we come across a text signature, we need that trigger that kicks in to say, actually, we found something above and beyond what we were looking for. Let's alert the captain about that instead. So yeah, so we need to make sure those tasks are raised and tracked in the right order. I suppose the first thing we need to do, because we can potentially handle this by way of scripted actions on the NPC side. So rather than handling players and NPCs separately, we give the NPC the high level version of what we're doing, and we expect the NPC to know how to do that. So the NPC will have a series of scripts that match certain objectives. So when it comes to looking for something specific, their internal scripting can loop that, so they'll loop through scanning systems until they see something which they think is a match. They can then hand that off to the captain to check to see whether or not that meets the objective. And if it does, then that needs to clear off the shipwide objective, ready for a new one being raised. Now, right now, the way we're doing this is we are handling this on the sensors UI itself, because we are, let me just grab that a moment. Yeah, we were doing it over here. So just as our test, we were performing things like scans as separate actions, literally as part of the sensor system. And we don't want any of this to be done on the sensors, what we need to be able to do is we need to have the logic for this on the NPC, and then have them inject key presses into the UI. So it's as if they physically pressed the button. So whether a player physically presses the button, or whether an NPC triggers that button remotely, the same set of actions are happening. So the NPC is actually just walking through the same steps that the player would be doing. I suppose the other part of that is that we also need to then be checking, or get the NPC to be checking the UI to make sure that button press had the expected outcome. So they're not just blindly pressing buttons in a sequence expecting it to work. They're actually intelligently going through and checking that stuff. Yes, CSI, that's exactly where we're headed. Yeah, so refueling the ship will be a command order. So as captain, you will simply set that as your active order, refuel the ship, and the bridge crew will then react to that, and the sensors guy will find a gas giant, the helm guy will fly the ship to the gas giant, and then the engineering team will start doing the actions they need to do to open the valves, set the fuel scoop running, wait for the tanks to fill, and then signal back that the fuel tanks are now full, so that then that action can be cleared off, and then we can get on with the main job of exploring the galaxy. So yeah, that's very much a captain driven thing, doing that. No, Anasi, it's all this code is just scripted events. So this isn't heavy code that's kind of running on tick. These are things which are scripted. So you could have like 1,000 different scripts sitting on an NPC, and like 999 of them are doing nothing most of the time. It's only the active one at any given one time that's actually doing anything. So it doesn't matter how many different scripts there are, that you're simply adding capability at that point. It's, if they were running all 1,000 of them all at once, then yeah, then it would be heavy. But you're only ever going to be hitting one script at a time, depending on what action you want that NPC to be doing. But the challenge that we're going to have with this is things like, so we've got our sensors UI, we've got our list of potential targets, say on the long range sensors, and the NPC just being a bit of code that's running doesn't have any visibility of what's on the screen, especially when you consider the fact that the screen is virtualized. So that list of targets, it only generates what's there at the time. You can't see what's beyond that unless you scroll the UI, in which case it then creates further instances to create those targets. So from the NPC's perspective, we need to give the NPC a list of what's on the sensors, so that it then can pick the most relevant target and then press whichever one, or rather set whichever one is the active target. Which means in that instance, we're not physically pressing the button like we would be as a player. We're simply in the background making that the active target, refreshing the UI, and then having the UI show that that's the active target. In other cases, when it's just a simple button, and we know that button is always that button, then we can physically trigger that button, which makes the whole thing easier, because whether the player presses it or whether the NPC triggers it, the same actions are happening, and that's predictable and repeatable. It's just these dynamic lists that we're generating, those are the things that are going to be tricky. Although we have got to the point here where that's exactly what we're doing. So we are grabbing the location, our sector location, which is our 1 light year cube, which contains a star system, and that's everything that's in that. So we're giving the NPC a copy of that and saying, right, here's the physical picture of this star system, here's everything that's in it, this is all the data you need to be able to perform your next action. Yeah, and then firing back these task complete messages. These will have to come ultimately from the captain, not the individual NPC. Potentially Zalaf, yes. Although we've said before, when it comes to using external tools within the game, thinking things like a Stream Deck or Game Glass or things like the voice one that I can't remember, Voice Attack. So things like that. Yes, we want to add support for them, but only if you're sat in that chair. So if your character is physically sat in the captain's chair, then something like a Stream Deck, you could have a load of buttons set up for all the different commands. So you could just hit those buttons on a separate device to issue those commands. And as long as you're sat in that chair, they should work perfectly. Similar to the helm, like when you're sat at the helm right now, you can already use Voice Attack because there are keyboard shortcuts set up for all the different actions on the helm. So Voice Attack, Game Glass, they're already supported out of the box by way of keyboard shortcuts. And again, that only works if you're sat at the helm, because we don't want someone, say, down in the lounge flying the ship using Game Glass, because it's, we want you to be sat in the chair. So we will enable and disable the keyboard shortcuts depending on which chair you're sat in. But that also means that we can then duplicate those keyboard shortcuts. So like Control 1 on the helm will do something different for the same Control 1 on the Sensors UI. But yeah, we'll expand on that as we go. Yeah, we've had requests for data output, and I think the quickest and easiest way we can do that is we can either spam a Discord channel, just using a Discord bot. We can do that, or we can update like a SQL database. So if you've got like just a simple like MySQL database online, we can be updating that with pretty much anything the game needs to output easily enough. We can probably just output to a text file as well, but I haven't tried that, so I don't know. Yeah, I've historically tried using Voice Attack for lots of stuff. Like I was using it with World of Warcraft for a while, and you could I'd be sat there going fireball, fireball, and it would work about 1 time in 10. So I was hoping it would be like quicker than like pressing keyboard shortcuts, but ultimately, I guess back when I was using it, the voice recognition wasn't great because it was just using like the standard Windows like speech to text thing. Yeah, I mean it's usable for WoW, but yeah, for me it wasn't consistent enough. Because obviously, if you're like, yeah, it could just be because I speak like a farmer. But yeah, if you're raiding and obviously you want things to be happening quickly, you need it to respond instantly. and I was hoping that it would be quicker to use voice attack than pressing keyboard shortcuts, but ultimately it just wasn't reliable enough. So I got myself a Naga Hex mouse. I used to have a 12-button mouse as well, the old Naga, I can't remember what they call it now, whatever the 12-button Naga was, but yeah, I found that was much better, because you just you get thumb muscle memory then, and you could bind something like 20 different spells to your mouse and thumb, which ultimately worked much better. Yeah, that was my my wasted years playing World of Warcraft for 12 years. 12 years I played that for. It's madness. It's also how I met Claire, in case anyone was interested. We met on WoW and fell in love. And now look what we're doing. It's quite a quite a change of scenery. Yeah, true that. Yeah, I was like the macro god on WoW. I macroed everything. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, more wizard and dwarf, to be fair. Or wizard and Draenei, because Claire always played a Draenei. Yeah, see, it was the perfect relationship because I was always a tank and Claire was always a healer. So it's like we always had instant groups. Right, so yeah, that's what we were doing, wasn't it? So we've got our stuff and we've got them all separated out into their different states. We've got separate arrays that we can loop through as required, but all we're interested in is our actual shipwide order. So here comes the complicated part. So we need to raise, again, based on what the order is, we need to raise a task in the relevant department for an NPC and or player to complete that task. But we also need to make sure that we don't duplicate that task either. So I guess the first thing we need to do is work out what the order actually is. So that's why we need that enum. So we are doing our seek out habitable terrestrials bit. Now fortunately, because we've got all of our tasks all under one hood here, we can just grab out our science tasks like that, and we can quite easily just create a new one. So we could do add and then make that struct. So we've got our tasks here. So this is the complicated bit. So we can either do this step by step like we're doing here. So we've got step by step process for what we're doing, or we make this a lot more high level, and we literally say keep scanning until you find an Earth-like candidate. Now I think I'd rather do that, because again that works better for players, and you simply then have an outstanding job to do rather than a really granular press each button kind of thing. Now we were talking about maybe using this as a dynamic tutorial, so if we're firing individual tasks off to an NPC, we're kind of walking the NPC through it. But if we move this behavior to the NPC instead, then what we'll end up with is a much higher level overview of what we want the NPC to be doing. So the task name really needs to be just look for a habitable world, or seek out text signatures. So let's add a couple more to that. Can we browse to that or edit that? No, we can't, can we? Which means I need to go find it. God. So we had a couple more on here. So search for Earth-like candidates, and search for tech signatures. Okay, so those are more orders, whereas these are more instructions. So we kind of want to move away from instructions, move the instructions onto the NPC as script. So these would what be making up the script. So when they receive the order search for Earth-like candidates, they will basically go through their internal scripting, and they will know how to do that because we'll tell them how to do that. So rather than having to tell them step by step, which means that we're taking the load off of the order manager, because otherwise the order manager is going to have to be the thing that's telling them step by step how to do things. And again, we don't want the orders manager to be doing that. We want this thing to be just literally tracking who's supposed to be doing what, and nothing more than that. So if we're doing the old seek out habitable terrestrials thing, we're just raising it like this, basically. Oh yeah, that's something we were populating later. Okay, now the problem we have is it's going to be firing this once per second. So as part of its management tick, it's going to continually be trying to make sure that the right task is in the system. So I guess what we need to do is, again, probably have order codes that we can track as part of as part of this. Like, so for like Helm, we would have like navigate to target. So the order navigate to target would have a code associated with it. So again, we're making all this a lot more high level and making these set jobs that you have to do, which apply for both players and NPCs equally. So let's go ahead and add to that struct. So we got a task code, which is our string. Yeah. So the task code here would be, I guess, science. So science. 1, I suppose, because that's kind of our primary job on the ship, at least on this ship. Yeah, and I suppose similar to the other departments, you need to make sure that it's not already there. So need to loop. And this is why we also need to make sure that we don't do these loops often, because every time we loop these arrays, it's costing CPU time. So we need to do it sparingly. Although yeah, so this is an interesting one as well, because in different departments need to handle this differently. So I'm thinking, like in engineering, you're going to have a whole array of tasks which require, you know, assigning and dealing with, and that list is going to be all over the place all the time. Whereas within the bridge department, I guess you're only going to be given the science station one thing to do at a time. They can only ever do one thing at a time. So really, this need not necessarily be an array. Although actually I'm completely raising it in the wrong department, aren't I? So this is actually a bridge task. Of course, I notice it does need to be an array. So our bridge tasks, I guess you've got one task per console at any given time. So it's like, what are they actively doing right now? Which means rather than, yeah, it means we can actually pre-populate each of those tasks. Yeah, I'm thinking rather than storing this as an array generally. So I'm just picturing the jobs board for this. So what we actually want to be seeing, so if the captain's looking at all the different jobs boards and task lists across the ship, then if they're looking at the bridge department specifically as a separate department, they want to see all, was it 11 bridge stations? How we got helm, science, comms, tactical, defense, engineering, internal security, and environmental control. That's 5, 6, 9, that's 9. Yeah, so 9 bridge stations, all of which require something to be doing at that given moment. So I guess the captain wants to see, of those 9 stations, what are the pending tasks on each one right now. So we can't use a single struct for that because each bridge station is going to require a different piece of information, a different data structure. Yeah, so possibly Zelaf, possibly. Yeah, because I can't think of a situation where you're going to be queuing things up that are not being managed by the overall shipwide orders system. So, like in every scenario I can think of, it's a single thing you're getting them to do. And then if you want them to do something else, you're stopping them from doing that thing. Because someone sat in the chair can only do one thing at a time. And I can't think of any examples where you'd be queuing up things to do. So, like in the example we're building here, we're basically saying, seek out Earth-like candidates. That's one thing. And they'll keep doing that one thing until they found one, in which case they'll pass that back to the captain, and then their role's done. There's nothing left to do for them. They're just idle until they're given another thing to do. Yeah, and I can't think of any examples where you would actually have to queue up tasks in the bridge environment, because if you change what you're doing in the bridge, then what each station is doing is doing something else that's specific. Now, there might be scenarios where we do have pending actions, but I just can't think of any off the top of my head. I mean, ultimately, we can expand to that if we need to, but yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of any. So that means that these actions here they need to be just trying to work out whether or not we just have a simple enum for the current action, or whether or not it needs more data than that. I guess it needs payload of some kind. So yeah, we'll need to make it a struct. So because we're going to have to add payloads to things, especially when it comes to things like the helm. The payload is going to be the coordinates of where we're going. Yeah, and the payload for the science one is going to be, like, if it has a final target and it's captured that target information, it needs to capture that as a payload that it can then pass across to the captain, and then the captain needs to be able to analyze that data. That makes sense. Claire trying to form a guild in WoW now. To be fair, she's been looking for a new guild off and on, and WoW just seems dead these days. You know, granted it's a very old game now, but yeah, it just feels dead. Okay, so bridge sensors order. Why am I using underscores? None of the others have underscores. And if we make a new struct for that. Actually, let's make this as well. So enum bridge sensors orders. Right, so this is going to be the high level orders specifically for the sensors console. So search for Earth-like candidates. Search for tech signatures. Perform a long-range survey. Perform medium-range survey. Perform short-range scan. Yeah, so I'm just thinking about when we're autonomously exploring a star system, then we're bouncing these things between consoles. So we need to be very specific about who's doing what. So from the sensor's perspective, we are picking a target. That's the next one, isn't it, actually? So select medium range target. Select long range target. May as well just do all of them actually. Select short range target. Again, I don't want to make this granular if I can avoid it. I want to keep it as high level as possible. So searching for Earth-like candidates, that's kind of like a sensors only cycle that they go through that doesn't involve any other bridge stations. So they can just do that. Same with tech signatures. But when it comes to explore this star system, then in this instance, they need to do something in order for the helm to do something. So what we're doing is we're selecting our target, and we're sending that to the helm, and that then generates a helm task so that they then do their bit, and then when we're at that target, that's then passed back to the sensors guy to perform the short range scan. So again, we're not telling them what buttons to press, we're telling them just what to do. So I was debating whether or not we specifically need the send to helm button, because we could just automatically always have that available to the helm based on whatever the science console has targeted at any given moment. But what if you want to send something to the helm and then carry on clicking through things? When the helm eventually gets around to pressing the button, they'll be looking at a different set of information because you've moved on. I'll have a think about that and what the impact of that would be. Because if we didn't need to press the center helm button, then we don't need to incorporate that into the task, unless we just have that an automatic action that always takes place as far as the NPC is concerned. So selecting a target always involves pressing center helm from their perspective. Yeah, I'll think on that. But yeah, as far as their actions are concerned, yeah, I suppose the other things that we can do for them is things like bring up surface map. So where relevant, the captain needs to be able to say, show me the surface map, and they need to be able to do that, perform that action. Okay, so those are the high level actions. Then we also then need probably some subfolders. Yes, Anasi. So you'll be able to drill down. So as the captain, you'll be able to ask for anything. So if you want, say, a lava world, then you'll be able to say scan for a lava world or a lava world candidate. There's no guarantee it's going to be a lava world until you actually get there and check, but certainly if it's within that temperature zone, chances are it's going to be. So you can have the sensors guy just diligently looking for one, and when it's found one, it will let you know, and then you can decide what to do. Yeah, so when it comes to damage control, we've kind of done it already, but then kind of not at the same time. So we're already at the point where like the electrical cables have health. When their health drops too low, a task is automatically raised by the computer to say that this cable's faulty. That task appears in the list for engineers, and the engineering NPCs are capable now of picking that task up and going and fixing it. We demonstrated that on a stream a few streams back. But when it comes, obviously that's in a test environment, that hasn't been rolled out onto the ship yet. So before we can do that, I need to actually roll out the full electrical cabling on the Magellan, so that those physical assets are there in the walls, ready for the NPCs to actually walk towards and stand in place and do the repair. But yes, we are pretty much at the point where we can roll that out, enable wear and tear, which means all the electrical cables, and we'll just do the cabling to begin with, just as a test, will start wearing out over time. And obviously we can then tweak the wear times and how long between failures is reasonable and that sort of thing. They do if you lick them. Yeah, so when this says bring up the surface map, it's always going to be 3D for the captain's perspective. So all of the bridge stations have their information in 2 dimensions. They all have 2D displays, The command staff have that same information, but in 3D. So the holo display is literally a three-dimensional output for whatever console we're currently setting it to look at, which is why the captain's got the console where you can select the different departments. So this here, which is currently not there, but the UI that comes on here will allow the captain to look at whatever bridge station they're interested in, and they will see whatever's on that bridge station in 3 dimensions, which is why the surface map is a 2D map on the sensors UI, but is an actual sphere, a proper planet sphere on the holo display. So the hologram is supposed to be like the best way of viewing that information, whereas the people sat in the chairs kind of get the lesser useful 2D version, if that makes sense. So the captain will never have a 2D version, although I would like to do a surface terrain version where you just see like a square of terrain on the holo display that you can scroll across laterally to actually scroll around the planet's surface as like a 2D table map almost, and then have like the crust and everything underneath that, so it's like a proper chunky thing, like you see in Avatar. Let's see if I can find a copy of it, picture of it. Yeah, something like this. So in the middle of the bridge, you'll have a much more specific like surface terrain map that you can scroll about, and look at stuff. But rather than just being like a skin like this one is, it will have some depth to it as well. Not sure there's any better versions of that. Don't know, something like this maybe. But yeah, something like that. I think that would certainly make it easier for targeting surface locations, because you could actually see them on the surface then. Potentially Zelaf, yeah. I think the consoles will certainly have more on them in terms of data. So like a lot of the in-depth readouts that you get on the console won't be on the holo display. So in that regard, yeah, the holo display is like a high-level overview. But I guess things like engineering and tactical, like engineering will have the entire ship in 3D, with all the pipes and cables and things flashing different colors depending on their state. So that's probably more useful in 3D. I don't know, we'll have to see when we get there, I suppose. Yes, the holo display will be rotatable. We'll have like a holo control panel that comes up around the display, so you'll be able to like zoom and spin and control on the display, completely separately from the sensor's console. I want to break the link between the two. So the sensor's console brings up the display, depending on which mode you've got selected, but when it comes to zooming and spinning and everything, that takes place using the holo display controls, which are completely independent of the sensor's console, so that the captain can zoom around and scroll about and look at stuff without having to wait for the sensors guy to do it. All the sensors guy has to do is make sure it's on the right mode. Probably not Delta. I think we'll reserve probes for sample retrieval. We'll just have our sensors just be particularly good. Like, you can scan the entire planet with a short range scan, even the side of it you can't see. It's space magic. Hey, Matt Dementer. Right. We got distracted again, didn't we? What were we doing? Oh yes, we were creating specific per station bridge station orders. So we don't want that one. So we want, rather than having generic department tasks on the bridge, we want specific ones for each station. So this would be bridge orders, sensors, or rather bridge order, and we need one of these for each station. So the order would be enum bridge sensors orders, and then we'll need to add some payloads to that as well, and probably sub orders. We'll see what we might be able to just make that. Add enough to that enum that it's fine, but we might also have some sub orders if need be. Yeah, so we'll add payloads to this as we go, because I don't quite know off the top of my head what they'll be yet. And we don't need IDs or anything for these, because there's only ever going to be one at a time. So we don't need to know whether it's active or anything, because it's assumed to be always active. Actually, on that note, we need a none. Yeah, so if there are currently no orders, then the NPC and or player can then, you know, get up out of their chair, stretch their legs, go for a wee, pop down to the bar, or do whatever they want to do, because there's currently nothing to do. And then if one of these then gets raised, they'll have to come jogging back and get on with their job. Yeah, so we'll default that to none, and make sure that's defaulted to none. Sounds about right. Yeah, that's another good one, Anasi. So that would be environmental control orders. So again, none, and then we'd be enable. What's the best way of doing this? Just polarization, I suppose. So enable polarization, disable polarization, and then be like set ship lighting to day, or just set day shift. Oh, it's got to that time of light. I've lost the ability to type. Set night shift lighting. That'll do for now. Yeah, so the environmental control will be able to do things like set lighting scenarios shipwide. So in all the public spaces, we'll have like subdued, dimmed lighting during the night shift so that the ship feels like it's nighttime. Help keep the crew's rhythms up and all that. Okay, so yeah, that should do actually for now. Yeah, we'll do, see the percentage, that will be one of the payloads. So when we set the struct up for that, we just have that as part of the payload. So depending on, just use this one as an example, depending on which order you're specifically selecting, it will have an associated payload that it will look for. So on the environmental control station, we would just have like a polarization percentage variable that only ever gets used if we're referring to polarization. And then we'll have similar things for the other stations where we'll have a selection of variables that are only kind of occasionally used if needed, just as our payload. Too many tabs again. Right, that was what I wanted. Right, so we're not using the science tasks anymore. We're now using our bridge sensors order. So we're basically updating what the current order is. And we're just going to make our struct. Now obviously if any additional information or data was needed, we'd set that here. So this is search for Earth-like candidates. So the assumption is when we raise this task, or when we raise this order for this bridge station, the person sat at the station needs to already know how to do that. So if it's a player, it will come up on the HUD, order received, search for Earth-like candidates. So they then have to start looking through different star systems, start doing long-range scans until they find a terrestrial world in the habitable zone. That's their Earth-like candidate that they can then present to the captain. We need to develop the UI part of that so that we can actually handle that. Probably do that as part of our kind of universal context-sensitive UI. Because there's so much going on in this game and so many different contexts and scenarios, I think we're going to have to rely on a very context-aware menu system where every time you press F, if you're looking at something like a chair, then the thing that F does will give you options for things like sitting in the chair and such. If you're not looking at a chair and you press F, then you'll have a more generalized list of things that it offers you, like doing emotes and dances and that sort of thing. So we'll make that a radial menu, and we'll make it very, very context sensitive. So, and especially from a console side of things, or using a controller generally, you're only ever pressing the same button, and that same button kind of is good for everything. And we'll probably also make it so that if you left click something, there will be a default action. So when it comes to a chair, if you just walk up and left click the chair, you'll just immediately sit in the chair because that's the default action. Whereas if you press F whilst looking at the chair, you'll get a much wider context of things you can do in relation to that chair, like summon an NPC, dismiss an NPC, blah 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 blah. But just clicking on an empty chair will make you sit in it, just to kind of make that interaction with the world a lot more smooth and easy to do, and a lot quicker. So hopefully we'll be able to minimize the amount of keybinds that are needed. So we'll only ever have E to unlock the mouse movement, F to bring up the context menu, and left click to perform whatever the default action might be. Thank you, Max. Very much appreciated. It would be quite funny if like 1 in every 100 chair sits does a Riker. Could we get away with that as a reference? We try very hard to avoid every Star Trek reference possible. In fact, perhaps we can get away with 1 or 2. Yeah, I thought on that one, Anassi. So if you're holding a gun, and the way we did have this set up before, when we did have guns when we were testing, I had it specifically so you had to aim before you could shoot, because you're not carrying a gun around in front of you all the whole time like an FPS. This isn't a first-person shooter, so you're not just running around with your gun out in front of you. You'll be holding the gun either holstered or down in front of you in a safe position. So if you're going to shoot, you'll need to hold the right mouse button in order to actually aim, and then you can shoot. So it was a case of you need to hold right and left in order to do the shooting. Because it's not an FPS game, that's not what we're going for. We don't want fast-paced Twitch gameplay, that's kind of not our thing. So it's slower and more tactical. So you won't be able to shoot from the hip, as it were. It's more a case of you need to be a little bit more considered in what you do within the game. Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, there's no reason why it can't be a toggle. And when I was experimenting with it, it felt absolutely fine. In fact, it felt quite natural to press right click to aim and then do your shooting. Because like in the real world, if you're going to shoot something, you're not just like spraying bullets everywhere, you're actually physically aiming. So it felt more natural to do the aiming first and then shoot. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we can make it a toggle. Challenge accepted, binary. Okay, so if we are specifically setting this each time, and just for completeness sake, I'll set that to none. Yeah, because this is going to have to some of these, like Explore Star System, are going to have other stuff going on, and it's going to have to track states like it does now for the test version of that. So this is probably going to grow substantially. But if we just work on that as our test for now, then I guess we need to make sure that our sensors chair, which is our proxy for the NPC at this point, that needs to be listening out for things it needs to be getting on with. So it needs to accept. I suppose we could. I suppose it would be useful to know from a command perspective and perhaps just a debug perspective whether or not a task has been accepted or acknowledged, or whether it's just sat there pending. Because I guess if we look at this from a multiplayer perspective, again, talking about kind of multilingual bridge crews, and like the person sat at the sensors might not speak the same language as you, so if you issue an order, obviously they see the order in their language because the localization for them is different to you. So they know exactly what you want in their language, but you need to know that they've seen and understood that. So we need some kind of acknowledgement that, okay, you're acknowledging that order, which means you're getting on with it. And without that acknowledgement, it's kind of up in the air as to like, are they going to do it or not? Have they accepted it? Are they just ignoring me? So if there's an acknowledgement there, then at least we've got that feedback. And then the same for NPCs. So they will acknowledge that they've received the order and are actively pursuing it. So that means we need, on our struct here, we do actually need an order state, or just order state. And we'll make ourselves yet another enum for that. I'll probably have to go through and delete a bunch of these once we've settled on our structure and how this is working. We've kind of polished and optimized. I'll probably have a bunch of leftover enums that we don't need. So bridge order states. And similar to what we did before, we will have maybe assigned acknowledged rejected, as if anyone would dare reject the command. Failed and complete. Yeah, ignore the captain. Okay, so the assumption would be it starts off as assigned, and then we're waiting for it to be acknowledged, and then at some point it'll either complete or fail. I don't think we'll ever use the fail state for anything. I can't think of many instances where something would fail. I suppose this is where kind of like time limit needs to come into it. Like if you say, for example, seek out an off-flight candidate, like they could be there for half an hour looking and not find one. At some point they need to say, you know what, I've just been looking for half an hour, I can't find anything, and that needs to come back as a failure state, so the captain can then make the decision of, okay, keep looking, or let's fly the ship somewhere else and we can start looking there instead. So yeah, so I think there's definitely room for failure there. Yeah, I suppose that's another good example. Yeah, if something else happens in the interim, then we need to close off that task. And I suppose on that note, let's add cancelled. So rather than an abject failure, we can cancel the order. It's probably a better word for that. But yeah, call it cancelled for now. So when we find the right tab, yeah, so, oh, I didn't, hang on, didn't set the right enum. So bridge order, oh, I call it Burge. Hang on, let's fix that spelling. So bridge order states, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Is there no way of making that wider? Seems like an awful lot of wasted space where we could be displaying the whole name of the enum. Yeah, so there could just be none assigned. Search for Earthlight candidates assigned. Okay. Right, so what we need now is we need for this chair to become the sensors console chair specifically, so that we can start adding some logic to it. Again, this is the stand-in for the NPC. Once we have actual NPCs that are actually sitting in the chair, then that logic can happen on the NPC. But for now, we'll have it on the chair itself. It can be the NPC. Let's just go to that folder a minute. See if we copy the command one. So it's bridge sensors. Obviously, we've already got a Helm one that does its own proprietary stuff. So if we do, let's call it console tick, make it a bit more generic. So we're getting our task manager as before. So we'll rename that to console tick. And then we don't need the rest of this for now. So same as before though, if I don't need that. So if the chair is active, if there's an active NPC, we will be doing stuff. Otherwise, we will not. Don't need those variables. Right, so we will get our task manager. Right, so we're going to need something on the bridge tasks list here. So it's going to be get sensors bridge. Get bridge order sensors. And that's going to have to come back with sensors orders. Sounds better as plural, doesn't it? And that's our struct sensors. Sensors. Then on here, we need to make sure that we find the right folder. Shipwide bridge. Oops, did I not put it in the right folder? No. So we're just sending that through as that. So on our sensors thing, we can now do get bridge orders. So now we know what we're supposed to be doing. So if we break that a minute, this is not an array, so we don't need to do any looping or anything. So we'll get this. So if that equals no, other one. So if it equals assigned, if assigned is true, then we need to basically acknowledge that. So if we have a generic function here where we will do update bridge orders sensors, and we just want to give it that same order structure. Sensors order then on the chair we will grab that, and then we will do update sensors and we will acknowledge that. So we're just basically doing some feedback to Task Manager to say we are acknowledging receipt of this order. If it's not assigned, or I suppose so if it's acknowledged, then we can do something with it. Otherwise we'll ignore it. Because if it's any of these things, we don't care. We can ignore all of that. We only care if it's assigned or acknowledged. So if it's assigned, we acknowledge it. If it's already acknowledged, we'll do our thing. So I guess we need to start doing the script for performing that action. So we need this is where we need like a library of action scripts for the NPC, so they know like how to do their job. Basically, we're kind of teaching them how to do the sensor's job. So I suppose if we promote this to an actual thing, so that we know what we're working with, and then we can grab that. So if it's acknowledged, then we want to switch on that. Again, we don't care if it's not acknowledged, and this is where, depending on what those orders are, we then do our action script based on this. So the one we're interested in right now is doing our Earth-like candidate search. So basically we need to script this now. Structure or enumeration. So here we've got enumeration, that's our enum, and structure is our struct or str. Those two. I just shorthand it. Yeah, struct and enum basically. Let's replace this one with sensors. Why is it putting it up there again? Don't want you up there. Doesn't help that it's the same materials. I can't see. Well, it's about perfect actually. That'll do. Okay, so now, and we'll always have an NPC on that one, so we won't worry about spawning that. So let's check our defaults a minute. So yeah, so default active. Oh, that needs to be set to science. I might need a separate bridge one for this actually, for each bridge station, because like engineering has got 2 different stations and tactical's got 2 different stations. So I'll probably have a bridge stations enum that we use instead of the departments one, but stick it on science for now. So that should now start at trying to acknowledge the task that we raise. So, so what we want to see is when we spawn a captain in this chair, it should start automatically raising a ship-wide order to begin exploring. And the first thing that the captain wants is an exploration candidate. So it's like, okay, find me an Earth-like world, or at least a candidate for an Earth-like world. That's where we want to go and explore. Once one has been found, then at that point it will then be passed across to the helm to say, okay, let's go and explore this star system. So we'll rock up, we'll do a medium range scan, and then we'll proceed from there. So we're basically going through the steps that's expected of the crew in order to do their job aboard the ship. So that means we also need the other screen a minute. So if we just pop these in front of us, like so. So we've got our ship-wide on there, and then this one has to be science. Science. So what we should see is one task on there being raised, and then another task on there being raised. Actually, no, it's not the science one, is it? It's the bridge one. And then we need to handle this differently, actually, now that we come to mention it, because when we are doing our check for raising tasks, when it comes to the bridge ones, we're no longer generating a single array full of tasks. We now have one per bridge station. So instead of that, we need to separate those out one at a time. Yeah, and there's no way really of storing them together. Although I suppose we could make that. Yeah. I was thinking we could actually, because each one is a struct, we could make another struct that contains all of those as child structs, and then replicate that struct. But I think with network overhead the way it is already, keeping them separate is probably the best thing to do, because then we can replicate individual stations independently of one another without having to replicate data for all the stations every single time. Have a good one, Binary. Yeah, so what we were doing here, we'll have to yeah, well, update this. So this is an interesting one as well, because when we actually list list the current tasks. We're not actually doing it as a list anymore. So for all the other departments, for the most part, we're just going to list active tasks because there might be many, especially for the likes of engineering. But where in a bridge environment you have set stations doing set things, it actually makes more sense on the UI to just have all of those things listed already and what's happening on each one. So they might say none for a bunch of them, and then a couple might have active things that they're doing. Like the tactical stations are going to say none most of the time, unless the ship's in combat. So, you know, the tactical person might spend a lot of their time off doing other things, not being actually on the bridge unless they're needed. Or they're just like sat there reading a book or something. Yes, so with that in mind, I think, yeah, let's move that out of the way a minute. So we're going to have to go through, I suppose, if we were to turn that to a sequence, that's helm, sensors, comms, tactical, defenses, engineering, other engineering, internal security and environmental control. There's our bridge stations, and then for each one of those we would have to get sensors. Get sensors message. Yeah, that. Yeah, so for each bridge department we're going to have to do this, and then store these, and then do yeah, maybe build up so I'm just wondering how best to pass this over to the UI. I think what we'll do is we'll set all the variables. So we need to do it with rep notify, because any late joining client needs to have all that replicated when they join, so they need to see the current state of things. So there's no point just having this as a standard replicated variable and then update it, say, as a final step, just update the UI, because the update the UI bit is an event that happens there and then, and any late joining clients won't have seen that happen because it happened before they joined. Whereas with a rep notify, it will make sure it happens upon them joining. So from that perspective, having a master struct that contains each one of these 9 bridge stations as a child struct would be useful in terms of passing that data, just things like UIs. So when it comes to managing them, we'll use the individual variables, these ones. But when it comes to passing that data across to something else, we can package that up in a single struct and then use a rep notify on that struct. So we're just replicating that one variable. It's probably easier. But yeah, for now we'll just do this, and then where we're doing that, we're just going to have to, rather than doing that, we will simply make an array and then make that, just so we have one task appearing. should at least be enough to get that task on the board. Yeah, I could do with making that a string really, then we can pass some stuff across, but no, that's fine. That'll at least show us something. So is... Yes, we are checking that. Right, okay, so I imagine that's probably going to show it there regardless, because there's always going to be something there in that array, and it's probably going to actually make lots. I know it's just one. That's fine then. Yeah, so there's our bridge task, which at the moment would say none for that console. So this would say like sensor station, current task none. Obviously we'll expand that out, so we'll have all 9 bridge stations represented with little information cards for each one, basically just showing what the current assignment is per bridge station, so we can see that at a glance. And obviously the shipwide tasks get raised by the captain. So there we go. So he's raised the shipwide orders, which would then update this. So this would then change to assigned with whatever order that was. And then when that NPC picks it up, it will then change to acknowledged. So what we could do real quick, because I'm conscious of the fact we're running out of time now. Hang on, let's just check this a minute. So get bridge order sensors, yada 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 yada. Right, let's just do some debug spam a minute, and just go yay. So basically we're saying that we have received this order. That's what we're checking here. So actually let's be more specific. So order acknowledged and order being actioned. Right, so we should see those two things come up once we put the captain in the chair, basically. Oops. Oh, hang on. Did I not? Oh, yeah. I forgot to tick the can spawn NPC thing. Oh, so of course it's coming up with order acknowledged because there's already a bridge task there. So in order to prevent that from happening real quick, again, just from our testing perspective, we'll just see whether or not that's none or not. So if we break that, so if we do does not equal none, yeah, so right now it should be defaulted to none. So it should only actually list anything on the UI if there is an actual order. Good night, guys. I just noticed a few people heading off. Have a good weekend, everyone that's heading off. Yeah, so there's nothing on there. And summon the captain. And there we go. So we've seen the shipwide order has been raised, and at the same time, the bridge task is raised. So let's just do that same check on the NPC, or the chair rather. Right, so we'll just do a quick check there. So, because if orders equals none, then of course we don't want to do anything anyway. So we've got our assigned check. So we'll do of course. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one, wasn't I? Yeah, that's what I wanted. Yeah, so if it does not equal none, then we continue. Let's tidy some of this up a little bit, just so we can see the wood for the trees. Yeah, so if we're not doing nothing, then we do something. In which case we acknowledge and then we action. So of course it's continually saying order acknowledged, because what we didn't do is we didn't set up the update bridge orders bit on here. So we need to implement that event on here. So bridge tasks, that one. So all we need to do is set that. Because we're just basically saying, right, we've acknowledged it. So that should then come up as acknowledged. So when we run this now, we shouldn't hear anything from the census chair, which we do not, so that's fine. So there's nothing on the two screens, there's nothing coming from the census guy. So when we summon the NPC, we should see things coming up there, which we do. We've got order acknowledged coming from that guy. We're still not seeing the order updated though. So, oh, hang on, I did say it then. I saw it say actioned very quickly. Hang on, let's make sure that these aren't running debug. This is why you should always tag whatever it is in the message with what is actually outputting the debug, because something somewhere is spamming 240 volts at me and I don't know which thing it is. Actually, it might be in the output log. Hang on. Ah, yeah, there we go. It was that. So our engineering task board is outputting that, so that would be this guy. Or not, which one is it? So PP taskboard engineering. So it's all of them. Get rid of that because that's kind of redundant now that we're doing our loaded check, so that's not needed. Okay. Ah, there it is. Right. Should get rid of all that spammage. Okay, so the order. So if assigned is true, then we're going to update that with acknowledged. So then that means assigned is then false, and acknowledged is true, in which case we then check to see what we're doing. So are we in fact continually re-raising the same order? Maybe we might be setting that back to assigned over and over. So we create our shipwide order. Shipwide order is blah blah blah. Oh, we are, yeah. So yeah, so this is that whole needing to check whether or not it's already assigned thing. So we need to do the same as we did on the other things as our check. So we just need to make sure that our order state, what's wrong one, is not acknowledged. And this will be need to be more robust than this. I suppose actually we can add that robustness here. So if that does not equal search for Earthlight candidates, and it is not equal acknowledged, as in we haven't accepted it. So we're just making sure that we're not raising the exact same thing. Obviously, as we go through these, we'll have to do this check slightly more granularly. But yeah, so if it's not something we're already dealing with, essentially, then we make it that and assign it. Which means that we shouldn't keep flipping the value on this, which is what's currently happening. Right, so we've got no spam coming from the NPC, which is good. Well done him. So again, what we should see is the shipwide task gets raised there, The bridge task for the sensors gets raised there. Obviously it doesn't say that right now, but it will do. And then at that point, the spam coming from this guy should say order acknowledged first, and then it will only say being actioned. So let's see whether that's what we get. There we go, perfect. So we've got shipwide task raised, bridge task raised, and he first of all acknowledged the order and is now actioning the order. And when I set up the actual UI on here properly, we'll have proper info cards and it will have all that information on there. So you will see this flip from assigned to acknowledged, and you'll see like who's doing it, like who. We'll even say actually like the NPC name, like who's currently assigned to this in the bridge station, because that's probably a nice way of also seeing at a glance who's assigned to the bridge stations. So if someone's not in their chair, then you'll be able to see who should be sat in the chair. But yeah, I think that's pretty much working. So we're definitely getting there. So the next step with this then, which I suppose is next Friday, or maybe we'll do a bit of this on Wednesday, when we do the Magellan stuff, if we're not doing more modeling, because I did promise Claire actually that I'll try and do more Magellan modeling on the Magellan days rather than just continuing code stuff. So maybe next Friday we'll continue with this. But yeah, so what we need to do next is get that UI properly registering what's actually happening for those tasks that are being raised. And then on here, once we've reached this point, so we've acknowledged our order, great. So the order being actioned, we actually need to build the action now. So actually build the logic for that NPC, going through the steps, going through the process of selecting the next unexplored system, doing a long-range survey, working out if any of those terrestrial worlds are in the habitable zone. We have the data for that. It's an easy check for them to make. If no, move on to the next system, repeat the process, and basically keep repeating that process. I guess maybe 10 times. So maybe have them do 10 systems locally, and then if they haven't found anything within those, say, 10 systems, they'll then feed back to the captain with a failure message, and then the captain will either say keep looking, or he'll order the helm to move the ship somewhere else, and then repeat the procedure there. So we can dice roll the captain's orders bit. So he might say keep looking, he might say okay, let's move the ship slightly to some other coordinates. So we can start making that a little bit more dynamic. But yeah, I'd say we are that one final step away from having an NPC captain and the census guy working in tandem to actually do the mission, actually fly the ship. Meaning that as the player, you no longer need to actually order them around manually. They'll do that themselves as long as you have NPCs in those seats, which is kind of like where we wanted to go with this for the other roles. So yeah, progress is good. So let's just save all that a minute on my test map. Thank you, Ziza. Yeah, so next stream on Sunday, we'll be doing more Caravella stuff. Yeah, I think we'll focus on the Caravella bridge on Sunday, and we'll see whether we can get the ship flyable. It's going to be an interesting one because we have to kind of work out how to make that autopilot work with proper thrusters. So that'll be an interesting challenge. So yeah, we'll see if we can get the bridge usable on the Caravella on Sunday. Yeah, so have a great weekend, everyone, and I shall see you then. Bye for now.